Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another ES Futures trading stream. Today is Friday. It is October 17. We are just 8 minutes before the opening. Uh, this thing has been taking, I think, I was spending too much time trying to build a volume, accumulated volume for ES. I mean, I do have accumulated volume, right? But it displays like this, right? If I can make this I can change this to periods, like in here, and have it down here, but it accumulates in the same way as it does here. But what I wanted to do is having each period vertically. There's a lot of things to do here, but one of the things I have noticed, for example, notice that this huge volume what we have here. This is Friday, right? This is Friday. I want to let it go, and this is Friday, which is this day here, a significant break we have on this market. Let me do something here. Oh, how the heck do I do? I don't want to see this for today. I don't care about this previous. Profiles, overnights. What is the overnight here? Show overnight. Overnight. God damn. Use highlight. Okay. I am just found that I need, or I don't need actually. I don't need this thing. Okay. All right. From yesterday, and not from yesterday only, but from the day previous, we have been showing the market has been accumulating value in a range, extraordinary amounts of volume, I have to say, right? And as you can see, the market hasn't moved after this big break that we have on Friday, which, let me maximize this, which has taken the market back to this day. I'm going to this day here. Which one? This one here. Okay, this is the first day. This one is the first day of the current contract, of December contract, that I started to have kind of like a big volume, right? 1.7 million. If I want to be kind of like a big exact, remember exactness kills, I would use this one, right? Because we have 600,000 negotiated here, December contracts here during the rollover period. And notice where the market is right now. I guess you cannot see that. All right, I hope you can see it now. Notice what it is now. It's basically here. There was tremendous volume here coming from, if I remember well, coming from this day here, this couple of days here that started, was used as a support, and look at what it is now. Where a tremendous accumulation in volume came during the break, all of this inventory here, all of this, okay, all of this has been rebalanced here, and the break, which was a significant break at the time, has tremendous amount of volume, and that volume needs some rebalancing. I thought it was going to be happening in a couple of days, but it needed more, right? I think I can call it, I am going to call it like rebalance, because something is happening here, and I don't know exactly what is happening, but something seems to be brewing here. Banks have reported big Cs of 24, which means that there are some put buy-ins here. Portfolios are being hedged. Tech needs to have strong reports to keep the market higher, and I am seeing now, and I closed yesterday my day. I closed my day with an observation that we have, not the stream, okay, I closed my day with the observation we have a go no go label or area up here, right? I think how much time I have? 2 minutes. I don't have too much time now. This one here, I will call it the 6600 here as a potential go no go label or area here in the upper side. Man, I got only 2 minutes. I cannot. There's a lot to talk here. But unfortunately, I don't have time now. The behavior, how the market was behaving, was going back and forth, back and forth. We don't have nothing now. Absolutely, we don't have nothing on the upper side, though. Everything seems to be fine. I mean, from yesterday we have mechanical selling, okay, but not as obvious weak references as we have in Nasdaq, for example, when we had this day here. That was really bad. And something that catch my attention as I came to the trading desk was the huge amount of volume we have in the overnight, right? Significant amount of volume in the overnight. 500,000, almost half a million. And yesterday, this one that we can see here, right, is really, really high as well. 2 millions, right? And usually, just so you can have an idea how normal it is, if I'm going to, I got less than, just check the volumes, right? What normally is. Right. 1.1 is in the lower side, 900 is low, right? 1.6 is high, and we were having, during this week, really, really high volumes. I think that there could be something coming out of this. I don't know when that's going to happen, but the market is looking for information here. Remember, the shutdown is still in place. Anything can happen. Anything can come out of there. If probably it's going to be in the direction to the upside if that happens. Okay, this low is extremely weak. Very questionable low down here. Very questionable low here, right? And the range. There is, if you check your weekly time frames, we have 4. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 weekly lows down here around the 6600. I think this is a go no go label here for me. Where is settle? Where is settle? Settle 6668. Where is settle? Let's see if this market can take price out of range 6668.5. Up here. I believe this could be a really important reference in the upper side. If there is anything to the upside, the market will close this little distribution we have up here. Standard profile, I don't care about nothing else. That it is curious to see that last is 10 points below, 66.59. What's the last? 66.59 is down here. 59 when up here. All right, we have some sign of weakness here coming into the opening right there. I am not that interested in this chart, in this one here. Let's save this chart book, save it, save us, save less. I'm going to minimize that. I don't care about that much. I do care a lot about this now today, for this one, for today in particular. Notice what volume was yesterday, okay? The first period. I want to check how this evolves relative to yesterday. There was some signs. There were some signs of, oh boy, okay, there of weakness in the selling a little yesterday, when the market could not take this little distribution here, right? Coming all the way down to here and not just getting to the opposite side of this was something remarkable. And we talk about this as well in the last stream, you know, the conclusion part of what the market wants from you, that this one coincided with the Nasdaq actually getting to the all opposite side of the previous day range, which was the ultimate destination for this movement. This is history, color, copy and move. This is high. We have excess at the highs. We have excess here. This is 10 what? Modify 10, 16 high, right? 10, 16 high. I really don't care about the name. You just want to know that this high, and this is not 13. This is 15. Modify text. Okay. Market is opening inside previous range. It's not as close as to the center. Center is up here. Okay. This low so far, I was. You can see that I am kind of like a little bit excited, a little bit emotional here. I don't like that. Sometimes we have this thing, right, that, oh, okay, there's something here, right? I mean, we just get, this is overnight POC. It's overnight POC. Notice where this low is. Opening, the same things, openings here. All right, seller has been reached. After all, remember we have a range, okay? Notice where value was when we had rotation on Friday, more rotation the next day, trending day, rotation, trending day, and value basically is around you can see an area, right, between, I would say, 6. Do you remember that we talked about this area in particular during this day when the market tried to solve, right? It was very obvious here. After this, we have a trend, and the rest of the day was, I believe, was a trend with I think this is the day when it has a big liquidation at the close. Yeah, this is it, right? But the market make a stand here around this 60, around this area, inside this high volume area, and that was a 66, right? This easy to remember. I hope you remember that. I still don't have anything here. I am trying to calm down now. I'm trying to calm down because if nothing happens today, and this is the thing, right? Sometimes we think we see something developing, but we get too anxious, right, and jump into something without having actually anything. You don't have. Remember the steps, the thinking process, or at least my process: the observation, planning, the performance, and the reset part. And believe it or not, yesterday I didn't do anything, but the reset part was really hard. I didn't have a good night's sleep yesterday. I don't know. Maybe I drank too much coffee. I can blame the coffee, but it was hard for me to disconnect, even though I didn't do anything yesterday. I didn't do anything. I followed my plan. I consider it was a really hard day to trade. I was watching the action all day long, but I think, in my opinion, was really hard. Okay, this is a very questionable. I'm going to call it very questionable. Very questionable. 10, 17. Oh my bad. 10, 16 low. Okay, this yesterday is very questionable because it was exactly at the 50. All right, exactly at the 50. Now it's not even reached, which is a classical behavior, right? Your fields, it goes through any given mark or very prominent reference. It goes through. The next time is in this case, right, when the market is trying to make a stand. The next time it is bought right there, and the next time it didn't reach to that. That I have seen that happening all the time. Settle has been taking is, in my opinion, this is a very quiet opening, man. Very quiet opening. I want to show you something right away that is happening here. The first thing here that is catching my attention. This is the market. This is the overall market. Notice where has opened. Huge amount of volumes here. Now, usually opens around this area, like 50,000, 60,000 something. How much is this? That one is almost one. I would say 170. This is the composite volume, okay? The composite volume only, 179K. But yeah, just as similar as this, okay? And guess what? Chicken butt. Okay, guess what? This is past Friday. Okay? There could be something here. Now, the break that we had on Friday has a catalytic, right? It was news that Trump is imposing tariffs on China, and we have something here that has been playing out, since this is what the talking heads call since the traders figured out Trump, right? The taco trade, right? What it is the market breaks on news, the Trump is imposing tariffs or whatever, and next thing we know, there's a buy. The whole market always come back. That is the tone of the market. That's the tone that the market has had in the past. I don't remember, 6, 7, 8 months, maybe the whole year. I don't know, something like that. We have 10 minutes, 4,000 here. $66.52. I don't care about this. No, this is what is catching my attention today. This is all my eyes. I want to see. Okay, less than half a period, and notice where this volume is. So if, let me think something. Let's say, just for an instant, that we are half into the period and we have this. So volume would be up here. So that's a significant increase. Still, we don't have direction. All right, we don't have direction. This is still an inside day, inside value, inside this 5-day range, 5-day value area range. Okay, I'm not talking about, not just about the ranges that we have had in the previous days, but value. Let me double check if we have something here. These two things, right? This one and this one. All of this came from very questionable lows. Now, another thing is, this was a very questionable daily low. The overnight has traded through this. Usually, I would say the overnight doesn't repel what the weak reference that the market has left in the daily, in the regular trading hours. However, we have some volume here, right? I wouldn't be that sure now. If I open my overnight, you say shorting, big amount of shorts here, there's some rebalancing, and basically I would consider the overnight rebalance here, having actually some being long, starting in this low, which gives you an idea that the inventory that we have here in this part is very, very questionable. Okay. Still remember, markets have to deal with all business first. All right, I am getting calmer now. Just for today, I'm going to put this one here. This is yesterday's POC. The thing from yesterday's POC has moved. It was moved from up here to down here. And during the last periods, one of the things that I was observing here is, I guess I talk about this. Maybe there is some odds here of some short covering or short squeeze at the close, some sort, because that was kind of like the behavior the market was having. But when you got POC moved lower during M, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4 periods white here before M, 4 white here, 4 white here. POC was here, it moved from up here. No, this is 5 actually here by 1 tick. When this happened, it just moved lower. So that's when I disregard and I get that idea. Let it go. Still, I wasn't planning to do anything. Okay. It is remarkably quiet though today. This opening is very quiet, man. This is weird. This is something weird here. I just want to highlight this. There's a bunch of stops down here in this area from this overnight. I do this because I don't want I want to collapse this profile. I don't want this to be in the way. I don't know what the heck is this. I have put this line here in the past. I don't know why. This would be a heavy area here. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I'll call this area here. This is gaining relevance. After this significant amount of volume coming back and forth here in this area, next thing I saw is a couple of days later, the market making a stand around, somewhere around the lower edge of this range, this intraday range. Then similar action coming up here, right? Similar action coming up here that did not have acceptance, did not develop to the upside. It rather was rejected. The market's now back to this. So the next question is, will I see something like this in the lower side? Well, this is a very quiet, man. This is a very quiet market, and here, why I'm going to say here, and this is, trading is, man, this is a really nice. I think if you got an appreciation for trading, if you don't have a process, probably you would have been long and short, or have traded multiple times by now. This part, man, this part of the process, I try to focus on the process rather than the results here. The four parts of the four quadrants of the process, right? This part, the observation, in this part here, which is in which I am now, right? When I came to the trading desk, I was kind of like, you heard me, I was kind of excited. There is something here. There's something brewing here. I was jumping, bypassing these stages, and almost getting to this part, which is the performance. Let's do it down here so you can see better, right? The performance, in the performance part, without doing my observations, or barely, I wouldn't consider barely, but kind of like bypassing this part, right? The planning part. And particularly the trigger that happens here, right? The trigger that happens here, start the planning, something happens, right? And you enter and you start to perform. This part, the importance of this part now, yesterday or the whole week, I was talking about this part of the process, the reset. I talked at the beginning of this stream, right, that it was really hard to do the reset for me. Even, and I think I don't even completed that. Even though I didn't play, I wasn't long, wasn't short yesterday. I didn't do anything yesterday, which is also a position, right? Because you can be long, short, and flat. But doing the reset was hard for me. I think I am just completing that. And this is so important, man. This is so important because it replenishes the mental capital. The mental capital. The mental capital that I need to be in this market. To get back to the observation. In this part, which is where I am now, I am observing the market. I got a bias, right? When I came here, and you hear that at the beginning. You got a bias. I not relative to I want to be long or I want to be short, but relative to there is something here that is going to happen. Something will happen, right? And when we make up our minds, that's when the market comes to kill. I still now there's something here now that's happening, and the first observation, one of the first observations that I had here is what the market, not being in the market, okay? That was the thing I had. Not being in the market, but what the market does relative to this, what seems insignificant, right? Distribution up here. It's only a couple ticks. Everything has come. Everything came from very questionable highs up here. This one selling from exactly to the tick almost from seller, and this one selling exactly from half back, previous period half back. Okay, this part in which I am now, I am observing, trying to get in the flow with the market, trying to be one with the market, okay, trying to get in sync with the market, trying to be the market. Okay, what is happening now has nothing to do with what happened yesterday, or with my way of thinking that I had yesterday, with the way of thinking that I had the day previous, and so on, and so on, and so on. Right? Coming into the trading desk yesterday, or actually at the closing of this day, watching the action of the long out period and the starting of the overnight, I said today or yesterday we have high odds of being a rotational market. It was not just rotation that happened, but there was a lot of chop that happened yesterday. The mindset for today, while the process is the same, the mindset is different. I guess I say that wrong. I guess I say that wrong. The mindset is the same, right? The thinking process is the same, but what I am thinking now is different. I am going to observe. This is still an inside day. We still haven't had even one period open. There is significant amount of volume, as you can see here. Yesterday, just to compare to yesterday we have lower value. What can you see? This is Wednesday. This is Thursday. Notice how volume decreased. My bad. This is Tuesday. Wednesday, volume was going lower, right? Now we have quite the increase, right? This is very obvious here. For the ES, the exchange, man, the composite volume actually seems like it's not going to change that much. All right, so this could be You know, find somebody, try to find somebody who can reason the market, and I will show you something, somebody who's crazy. This could mean that actually there's trading here, most trading, rather than big participants getting in. What? How much is the bigs? Is dropping a little bit. Oh, it is clear to me that this market is buying from the 50 SMA. You can see that here. This is the adjusted. This is the adjusted contract. This is the, I would say, more accurate. This is the current contract, meaning December, adjusted at just the years, right? If I want to see some continuity, I will use a SPY here. Oh, look at that. That's not that close, the SPY. But look at this low. Man, look at this. Okay. Okay, it is. I'm going to call this a go, no go level, my friends. Alright. A go, no level down here. This is a go, no go. There's a little gap here between this high and this high here. I'm going to put that gap in, no gap, but distributions here, right? This one here. Why is that important to me? Because that gives me a range, two ranges, right? One range up here and another range, maybe I would call it from here to here, right? Maybe from here to here. This one. And what can happen is this range is close, and that's why it's a go no go label, right? If it's close, you can target this side here. There's a potential downside here, but if it holds, the target becomes the opposite side of the upper range. Interesting. What the other markets are doing. Look at, oh boy, look at crude oil. Seems like we are going to have a new low. This contract that is just starting. That's no good, because this is energy, right? They are not expecting higher prices in energy, which means the economy can be in the lower side. Gold is making new highs. This is good. Bonds are recovering. Russell is coming back inside range. We can target the opposite side. The Dow is inside range. Nasdaq inside. ES inside. Also rotation. The only one that can be positive here, that can have a significant advance, is the Russell. No, man, I still have to see if anything happens. If the market gave us an opportunity here. Okay, this is value. Let's check what happened. Notice where value is. Value is inside previous day range. So there is, I mean, it's a balance. The market is in balance. It's a balanced market now. And it's inside this huge range. How much? It's not that huge, right? Maybe 150 points. Okay. Yesterday, okay. There's something here. Whenever we have this kind of developments, there's absolutely nothing here. Really low volume here. The next thing that happened is this kind of advance was killed. Notice, for example, notice the volume that we have here: 3,000, 5, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 2,000 here. Remember yesterday how much we have here? We have 3 times. This 3,000 here, 3 times that, around 10 or 12. I have 5,000 here. So 2 or 3 times higher volume than here. Right now we don't have that. Now, look at what this pullback, this little pullback this market is having here. Look what that did to value. Granted, this is happening just in minutes. To see value developing, it takes hours. But this little change, what actually did is brought value higher, a little bit higher. Huh? I will pay attention to this thing here today. This one. Okay, but to get over here, the market has to deal first with 6,700. We still are, after all. I guess I'm going to highlight this as well. This is I don't want to have too much. I don't want to have too much things here. Let me. This will be here for a moment, okay? This area here, this tremendous back and forth that happened in here, in this area. The market then makes a stand here. And look at that. Look at where the market is. It's still in this range here. In this line. But what's happening here is, before, what do we have, right? If the day was to the downside, the previous day to the downside, next day, boom, we have something higher. Volume get low, next day get liquidated, or during the overnight. Actually, that was the pattern of this week. It is going to close like that, or it's going to continue like that, or are we going to have, or is this market going to take back, what was happening last week? Is this a rebalancing the inventory and now market picking up a direction after the rebalancing? Because remember, markets move. A healthy movement in our market is, which in this case we had downside, and you have this range, right? I hope you have not lost track of that, what happened during this week. The whole week was like that. From here, from this range, we can have more, because remember, we have earnings next week, and then we can have a resolution to the upside, and we can have a resolution to the downside. The shutdown is here. with no end on sight. There are these numbers. So you have CPI, we have labor numbers, we have job reports that are not being released because of the shutdown. And that is something really important as well. There is a lot of information here that probably big firms may have had their own studies and may be reacting to that. But there's a lot of things that is lot of things that has happened here in this market based on expectations. Now the next thing, the market has to meet those expectations because markets are always looking forward. Always are looking forward. Apple reports at the end of the month. I guess we have 29, 30. Next week is it the end of the month? No. So the 29. Okay, we have the 22nd Netflix. And Tesla the 23rd. 22nd is Wednesday and Thursday next week. And Nvidia reporting in December. It's very high here. It's a lot of recovery that this market has had. Gosh, look at this. Look at Google. Amazon may, Amazon does not looking good here. Amazon, Microsoft are not looking good here. Potential upside in Netflix. This market actually may find support very soon around the 200. This also may find some support here, kind of like between the 100 and it's 200. This doesn't look good, man. Tesla, okay, Netflix can be neutral, and Tesla, man, Tesla doesn't look good here. You know, you have this huge rally and range here. Next thing you know, you have I got a friend that called these patterns the middle finger. And the market giving you the middle finger, right? You have something here, you got the middle finger here, and then start trading back in this range. Oh, look at that, man. There's a lot of rotation here. Okay. All right, look at this. What is this? 6060. Okay, again, 6068. Isn't that curious? Look at this big block, 668, and these are coming during the regular trading hours here. 68, 78. This may have some upside here. You know what? I'm itching to get long here, man. I didn't see anything here yet. Now, let's wait. I'm going to wait here. I may lose the trade, but there's a lot of volume that is coming here, man. There's a lot of volume that is coming here. Come on. There's a lot of volume that's coming here. Oh, there is volume coming here to the upside. We may have something to the outside here. Still, I want to know if this is on. Okay, this is huge, man. Let's see if this have upside continuation towards the 67. Or if the market comes back inside its own value area here. Let's see if this market can take the 25,000. But you can see the propping here, right? The propping that's happening here. You got this, the 80. Color, let's call it the 80. Next thing is the 80. '76, '78. I call it 82. I'm going to call it 82 here. In the lower side, I have 70. A little bit bigger. Look at that, man. So now, the area this market has to develop, it's the same. These ones here are coming back here. So if I have seen anything to the upside, it seems so far the market is, I don't know, I wouldn't be that sure to say that the market is showing its hand now. I don't think it shows this. Okay, remember, there is the uncertainty here is high. Okay. By the time I am sure, it will be too late. Okay, because that's why I always have to risk. I have to speculate here. Now, if anything falls down here, there has to be, the market needs to make a stand here. If this side falls and comes down too close to the lower side of this period, that wouldn't be a good sign. Remember where we had this upper side at POC? This is still, it still remains as my main reference. Okay. Any strength of the market, we'll see the market closing this and probably with it taking this high out. If this doesn't happen, it's not just if it happens, but how it happens. All right. Do you remember what the tail was here during this day? How the market really died up here, right? Really, the market just died. You can see tempo just dying there. Now try to capture tempo here. You know, I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to teach because tempo cannot be taught. The closest thing that I can talk or I can say is try to get in flow with the market and feel how the market is moving here. Right? You got a speed, you got a pace in the way how things are happening. Either to the upside, downside, whatever is happening, the rebalances, the pullbacks, the rallies or whatever. And check if there is a change. It doesn't, the pace is not necessarily the same one day relative to the other day to show a strength. What I look for is how this changes relative to what is happening during the same day. When I remember that and compared to yesterday, my time frame changes. Okay, what I'm seeing here, I can say, what I'm seeing here, the tempo that I'm seeing here, is the same thing that I saw when the market was doing this. A and B, going higher, you know, failing to close this gap and then moving higher. That is what I am seeing here. The difference here now, okay? Now the next thing, the difference is that the market is an inside day. The market is not breaking out of previous day range. The market has not opened with a gap to the upside. Now the market is an inside day. The market has a long time, long terrain, long distance to go to do a breakout of a range, which will be this followed by this high here. By the time, if that happens, by the time it comes all the way up to here, you will need the same strength to continue to have the same strength behind to keep pushing higher. What are the odds of that happening after the market started pretty much kind of like at the lower end and is now at the upper end? If that continues, that's a sign of strength. The next thing I am observing right now as I speak is notice where this market has come. It's come back to pretty much to the tick, exactly to current period held-back, right? That's 50% retracement from this high. Very questionable high. It's not retracing more than that. We may see some back and forth here, but if it comes back below zero, that will be, okay, that wouldn't be a good sign. Right now, I don't see this as a good sign either, but I am neutral here. I am neutral here. I took a long. I took a long. I tied my stop. I tied my stop when I saw this big activity here, right, happening in this area. When I mark this one, because there's volume. There was volume there back in the movement. Got to be very aware, very nimble here. If what you expect happened didn't happen, because if the market goes in the other direction, which was what happened yesterday, right? The market retraced 80, 70, 80% of the range of the current period, or whatever was happening. That was happening. I was going back and forth a lot. There was a lot of chop. I don't see, so far, I don't see that going on. Doesn't mean that's going to end like that. All right. Trading is a really, really hard business, man. It's not easy. Retail traders like me, like everybody does, is out there trying to do something out of this business, rely, and this is for the vast majority of retail, rely only in this thing, right? Rely on these charts, on this type of charts, bar charts. Not even bar charts, candlestick charts, right? Oh, I see the market going higher. Oh, the market's coming back up here. Or not even 30 minutes charts. They are even kind of like more focused on the minutiae that's happening in the 5 minutes, other trades, 1 minute trade charts. There is a lot of noise at those levels, really huge noise at those levels that you cannot see it. You cannot see what's happening, right? But that's how I learned to trade. That's how everybody's trading. That's how this guru told me I'm going to make a lot of money, and that's why they stick to that. Now, many or most of them don't question what is happening with them, right? Just check your performance. Be honest with yourself. How is your performance? It is good? It is not good. Okay? If it's not good, or if it's good, it is improving. I mean, that's an honest question. Those are logical questions, right? If it's not good, it is improving over time. If I look back to what I was doing 1 year ago, 2 years ago, I am better than that. How far I have come from those times. If not, okay, and this is what brought me to market profiles first, right? If I am going to do the same thing that the vast majority of traders are doing, what I'm going to get from their job, from the business, probably is going to be the same. And what's that? Changing that way of thinking doesn't necessarily mean that I am successful. I am far from that. But when I look back, I see the improvement. Now, most traders, most retail look at these charts, but the information that you can get from these charts, these bar charts, relative to the information that I can get from these ones, plus this one, or this one, well, just put yourself in, just think about that, right? Now, having the information doesn't mean I'm going to make it, right? Because the tool doesn't make the trader. It's just like thinking that because I got 8 Jordans, I'm going to perform like Michael Jordan. It's not like that. Just because I have window trader and I pay almost $300 a month for that software, doesn't mean I am going to be successful. It doesn't mean I am successful. We have the tendency to think that this is a transactional activity, that this is a job. I don't think this is a job. I think this is a business. And our focus has to be business oriented. If you ever had a business before, you understand that having a business requires tremendous amount of efforts. You spend a lot of time, a lot of mental capital, a lot of money trying to keep your business afloat. Working a lot, again, doesn't mean I'm going to have a successful business. The fact that I read, I saw assisted to webinars, seminars, I read books, I hear to this or that guy. That will not make me successful. And people just don't believe that. People just don't wanna believe. Right? We all believe that we are going to make a lot of money really fast in this business. Now let's check here how volume is. Okay, volume is high, is keeping the pace here. So the next time, the volume I have should be up here. Oh, come on, man. I mess up here. So this period is almost done. It's basically done. Okay, right there. So the next one should be up here, at least. Remember, there's a lot of back and forth coming from this halfback here. We are still inside this area. I'm saving the. This red arrow, I don't know if you can see the red arrow here, or this one, for example. This is the saddle that Sierra has. I have noticed that the saddle that Sierra has is very, very accurate relative to the official CME saddle. Notice how close it is. For example, yesterday down up here, very, very close. Very accurate. That's another point for Sierra. Notice where value is relative to yesterday. Right? Now, NASDAQ, check this out, man. Check this out. Dear NASDAQ. Okay. Look at this highs you have here. We have 2 periods here. Look at this highs. 2 highs here. And where this one has stopped. right there, right? Now we have 3, possible 4. And what that means, and we have this upper distribution here, you know. So again, this now is very close to being sync. I consider both of them in sync, Nasdaq and ES, having a significant reference to be that can be of relevance today, right? There's a bunch of stops here about these periods here, this 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially closing this distribution and targeting yesterday's high. If that doesn't happen, okay, if that doesn't happen, because it has now enough reasons, okay, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen right now, okay. I need to kill my compostor. I mean, I need to keep I need to keep these thoughts to myself and not jump into something waiting to happen, right? That I think is going to happen while I am there. I'd rather wait until it happens and then execute the plan. The odds that we're going to be successful doing scalping are really low. And this is not because I say that. It's just a statistics, man. Yeah, you can see the numbers of traders that are out there that do that, and the success that they have are not. The success rate is very low. Okay, I am checking C relative to B. Okay, relative to B, and that relative to A, considering what happened when these big buys came. Big buys came here. That's somebody, if somebody wants, and this is why I'm checking those things. If I can see that, that means somebody wants me to see that. If somebody wants me to see that, I'll question why they want me to do that. It's just like the talking heads that we see on TV, right? If somebody has a position, why are they going out there and explain what they are doing? Because they have interest in that. Why they didn't go before doing that? For example, you will never see somebody doing that. Some head of any hedge fund going out there and saying, we see this potential development in the economy or blah, 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 blah. And for that reason, we are going to be shorting the market, or we are going to be buying this or that. But you will never see that. What you see is them out there explaining what their position is and why. And again, if it has happened, it's of no interest to me now. All right. We have an inside bar here. 66.66. It's coming back to play. Coming back. Now everybody has reds on their screen now. Everybody. Retail and pros. Retail are seeing this bar as a red. Pros are seeing red because it's below zero. Oh boy, this market is going to break. Let's short the market now. Say yeah. You got any questions or comments? Man, that's really appreciate. Si tenés alguna pregunta, pues ponerla, compaisano. ¿Tienes una pregunta, vos? Chaval, ¿tienes alguna pregunta? Che, ¿tienes algún comentario? Ponelo a ver. Those were my impersonations of Chilean, Argentinian, and Spanish people. Really bad, really bad. Okay, there's somebody just betting this market is going to go down here. Inventory is bidding at the low. This bar. This is an inside bar. Now, if this low is taken, we have rotation now. The Dow has rotation already. Russell has rotation already. The ones that are keeping the market are the ES and Nasdaq. I think yesterday who was the one? Was Nasdaq, right? Or before yesterday? Now we have two markets. Two markets in sync, and the other ones do whatever they want to do. There's still an inside day. No, Russell is the weakest. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. Notice that Nasdaq didn't reach the 25,000, man. Can that be resistance there? Okay. Let's put something here. Now that is maybe too late now. This is the same distribution we have in Nasdaq. Nasdaq didn't get close to this high. Same thing for ES. Are we going to have a rotation here, or this market is going to make another attempt to reach this area? Especially, remember, before getting over here, it has to deal with the 6,700 and Nasdaq with the 25,000, which is basically the same as the closing of this distribution here. Notice the whites here. Ooh, there is the whites that in this market the Nasdaq has, right? And medium volume, not even higher. Now they are adding volume in these whites here. Let's see if this one holds. If not, we may see something. We see this market trying to check this opposite side now. Especially, in particular, the 50 SMA here. I am going to start. I am going to pull two options here. I still don't have anything. I want to see how it moves. I'm checking this 67.50 Mondays, and I would like to have this 65.80 puts. Remember how I want. Oh, so expensive, man. 65.80 is 20. Gosh. There's a lot of hedging going on here. Yeah. Traders have priced two rate cuts here in this market. And what is that would mean 2 cuts between this month and December. Has FOMC already happened this month? Oh, there's one more thing here that I am carrying from previous session is um, from yesterday in particular is the selling or the higher volume, the higher increases, the higher output of volume the market has had, the years in particular, came during the breaks. So as the market was going lower, it attracted volume. What a different day, huh? If you traded yesterday, also that maybe you won't be able to see the difference between yesterday and today. I do not expand. Wait a minute. I don't expand Nasdaq because I have histograms here. I guess I can say the same. I can say the same with ES. No, I guess I am used to expand, to have an expanded profile of my market. And on the side, originally, during the times I had then the years I had window, I had only one histogram. Look at that. Look at how we have this market is attempting. Now this low, there was a weakness here. It's even worse now. Now we have rotation here. Yeah, we have rotation here. Now all markets have rotation, all indices have rotation here. Whites. The same thing that we have on the lower side. Now we have on the upper side. Opening inside previous days range increases the odds of chop and rotation. We didn't have the chop. The chop today was not as bad as yesterday. Notice where saddle is. Although hardback is up here right at where saddle. It can move down to last as well, or it can move down to this one. Is going to happen? Who knows, man. Do you remember my long? Remember when I say I got a long? When the market printed these huge blocks up here in this area? All these pieces of information I have to use in context, because remember, the planning happened really fast. I was observing the market, then I saw something there that could be that I could use. The planning happened really fast. In the planning, I had the positioning. I had to see what I need to have and what I don't want it to have. The important thing on that event, of that part, was that if the market, and I talk about that, if the market comes back through the area where these significant blocks show. Where are they? Where are they? Look at. No. Well, they were here. Like I can see some here, right? From this period, from 500, 500, about thousands here as well. The thing was, if the market comes back through that, the risk is it can go through that, right? And actually give us another direction. In this case, to the opposite side of that. It tried, it reached, it didn't close this distribution up here. It didn't even reach the 67. So now the action is to the downside. We need to have a plan, all right? This can happen really fast. Sometimes the market gives us a lot of time to plan. Sometimes just don't. Okay? I am seeing something here in this market. The movement that I am observing, right? Again, I have reset it. No? I think I have reset it. I just came back from being with my daughter, walking the dog. A small walk, and I came back. Right? I see here that the movements, meaning the directional move, upside, downside, are similar to yesterday. But something that is different is the chop that they have yesterday. That was really hard to trade yesterday. Even though I didn't do anything, right? I saw that, for example, right now the market is going higher, right? I can see the market is going higher here, but it can be, for example, right now is 61. It suddenly dropped to 56. Boom, a big drop, really fast, right? Really fast, and then keep going higher. That happens a lot yesterday. I'm not seeing that happening that much today. I am more calm now, more relaxed than I was when I started the stream. Oh, look at this. Oh, no. Oh, heck, look at this. Now I have blocks, I have huge bids and ask, a huge delta. What I don't have is volume. This is, even though it's high volume for the period, it is for the first 5 minutes, right? If this were 8,000 or 10,000, okay, I would seriously consider a long here. The market hasn't made its mind yet, right? The market hasn't made, it's not showing his hand yet. All right, all right. This is a very quiet close of the week. Really quiet here. Some taper that has happened here. Volume dried up here. This may be, scalpers will maybe buying here. I don't have anything really here. Really don't. Value has returned to where it was during the two periods, still inside yesterday's. It seems like it's going to challenge this low here. But now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 period wide here. The same way that we had yesterday up here. Why 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. And when these kind of things happen, the damage, usually the damage the market can do to the downside is not that, it decreases, right? The odds that market is going to have downside. Remember, those are just odds. And we have now the weekend coming. Well, we have the weekend, the earnings coming next week. So what can happen here if the market gets too short? This is one question. There's a lot of back and forth around this number, the 66. It's a lot of volume being accumulated in this area. And we have a low now. Technically, we have excess in the lower side, 2 ticks of excess down here. But don't see anything here. I didn't have any reason to spring or to jump or to do something here in this market. The narrow is a narrow range, 60, relative to the value of the bigs. The big is almost 25. That kind of number can give us 120, 150 points range. 60 points is really, I don't think that represents or that correlates to what the bigs is saying here. The other thing to consider is that this market has had a lot of time to rebalance, and I think portfolios are very well hedged now at this time. Any potential downside has been covered in this market. And notice what happened to the market relative to what we have Friday. Value has been accumulated over the rotational period that we have on Friday. And above all, now this comes to play. This little insignificant reference from Friday comes to play. What is that? To begin with, what is this? This is the base of the spike. This is the base of the spike. A spike is a movement that happens late in the trade session for the market to have to show confirmation, I would say. And all that happened after that, the market has traded above this spike. Even today here, we have something here. And this is something, this is what I value the most right now. as I am seeing this, what is happening now. Does this mean that this market is going to come all the way up to here or to here? I don't know, man. I don't know really. But this one is this is what I see now. Right now, notice what value is, where the market is right now. At the center is at the center value. At the center value is no man land here. All this short inventory now is a risk here. Being squeezed. Maybe it's not enough volume to have any sort of squeeze. Right? Maybe it needs more, but that would be I would be speculating here. Just that. In any case, I think this is just enough, man. This is just enough to have excess in the lower side. This little thing. There are 2 ticks here in the lower side. Technically, we have excess down here. Compare this excess, for example, to what we have up here, right? This is clearly better, but it's weak as well because it's with these bigs values of 24, 25, I would say it is exactly 6,700. Okay. I was comparing volume, the volume we have today relative to Friday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 is lower here. The 5th, this is when we'll start to mark the difference. Now the next thing I will do is compare to yesterday, which is what I usually do. Higher, 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 higher. What are we going to have here? It needs to come up to here just to keep the pace. Right? Notice the accumulation. The way how this is, we have a rotational market here. Notice how the volume starts to accumulate in the upper side of this period, right? That it is kind of a pattern now for today's session. I am not quite sure that we may have something here. But I will leave this. I'm going to leave the screens. I'm going to leave. I'm going to take a walk now. Now, if you cannot leave the screen because you think you're going to miss this big selling or the big squeeze, the big short squeeze or the big liquidation, you are anxious. You may fall. You may be falling for FOMO. All right. Just be careful. Many times it's just so hard for us to wait to something to happen, and we are easily triggered and jump into a position. One thing that happened here is I missed the trade here, and that happened when the market gave us barely excess down here. At the time, I considered having a long here, but when the market started going high, I just missed that, right? And what I have erased here, what happened here at the high of this period, what was the high, I had that highlighted because the auction, I consider the auction was not completed here, even though it has upside. Then it came back and added more volume, still not finished the auction to the upside, and it is doing the same thing here. Probably it's targeting the 6700 and potentially targeting this distribution close up here. Nasdaq may be targeting the 25,000 again, and both are, these two are in sync with two very visible references in the upper side, right? You can call it the 25. This distribution close coincides with the 25,000. With the 25,000. Volume is decreasing here, really decreasing here. As the market is going higher, volume is dropping. It is more visible in the New York Stock Exchange, the composite exchange there. All right. And why I say that I missed the trade, because I noticed this, and this is, sometimes it happens that fast, right? The reference that I have here from this day here, yeah, it was sitting there, right? It was sitting there until oh, wait a minute, there's something here, right? All of these things that was happening just the spike that we have to the downside on Friday, last Friday, remember it came all the way down to here. The market closed way lower than this. So we have a significant spike to the downside, but basically just for a few periods on yesterday, the market traded back inside the spike. The rest of the week, the market traded above the spike, which means rejection. In the short term, I mean, at least it means rejection of the lower prices here. Now, what is better, right? Having had my long up here or having had a long down here, which is the one I miss. And if you check the stream, that happened real time, right? It is just you don't have. I guess I have a minute, some maybe like 5 minutes to react, or to do something there. I just didn't do it. Huh? I didn't do it. And there's always something that I have to risk. The fear of losing also have an impact in anybody's trading. I have seen a lot of back and forth here. The other thing that I said at the time was, when we have 1, 2, 3, 4 periods wide, the damage the market can do, in this case, when the market goes lower, is limited. Remember, that's just speaking in probabilistic terms. Now, today has even wider, is having even wider POC. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods wide down here. So this is wider than yesterday. POC now 6 wide. Can the market take this high now and build value or build or make a distribution up here? That would be the opposite of the mirror action of what happened yesterday, right? So that's why for me it's important. This reference in the upper side, it's important. This distribution being closed, right? This distribution being closed is important for me today. The market reaching and closing this, and only if that happens, or the lack of that happening, may trigger something in my point of view, right? And that is just one scenario. I got to be one with the market, as in the same way as I'm thinking in that possibility. I think what can happen if that, how can I say this? What can go wrong when that happens, right? So I just not think of the scenarios, but I also think of what can I do, or what can go wrong, how can I monitor. And as you can see, I got a lot of time. I am thinking about that pretty much since or after the market opened, right? The market tried to reach 6,700 and fight to reach 67, right? That's when I started to think about that. 2, 4, 5 periods has passed by, and have gave me enough time, a lot of time to think about that. However, as you see, what happened here, or what happened here when the market gives excess, notice this little excess, technical excess, right? Just 2 ticks below this one. That's enough to have excess. When this happened, I have less than 5 minutes, but it's still considerable amount of time, I believe, right? For trading, I think that's a good time. But I didn't take anything here. Of course, it's easier to talk when something has already happened, right? There was a time when I saw this, I realized about this, when the market was when it is right now, for example, and that is almost, let's say, 45 minutes late, almost 2 periods late. And that represents now progress, for example, right? If I compare what I saw today, what I didn't do anything, right? And compare that to what I thought or what could have not observed 1 year ago or 2 years ago, I see progress. And I value that, right? I really value that. Because we have to react in real time here. As that, I consider that's the only thing that's valid. I cannot compare myself to Jim Dalton, to any other trader out there. I can learn, but cannot compare. The only person I should be comparing myself with is just myself. This is interesting here. Now, right now at this high, there's some selling that is coming. I want to see if they got something, they have the next rotation to the downside. Because if that doesn't happen, this can keep going higher. Again, they are using the same reference. And this has been checked. This has been checked. It's about to be checked. It should be there. It's a very well balanced day here. Really nice balance I am seeing here. Sometimes sometimes in time like this, in times like this, when I'm trying to keep my focus or keep myself relaxed, uh, I do this. Uh, this comes, I got a playlist, this guided meditation. Now, depending what what I want to do, I got a longer one here. I found this guy really, it's really nice. He has a soothing voice that help me to relax and help me also to get through the reset part of the process. Um, I'm going to put this if you are interested. I don't know, maybe. Yes, this one. Either one, this one or this one is okay. As you can see, I am not. I'm just watching, observing this thing. Now we have an unfinished action to the downside. The phenomena that I have observed here in the upper side now is coming here. We have the 6700 really close though. We might see something here. Oh, you want to do it? It's up to you.
Kerike, and today's meditation is going to help you start the day slowly, calmly, and intentionally. Because for some of us, as soon as we wake up and open our eyes, our mind's already going over our to-do list. We automatically start scanning for problems, and our thoughts jump ahead to everything that might go wrong in our day. And that's because cortisol, the stress hormone, spikes in the morning to help get our systems going. But for many of us, that energy boost can feel more like anxiety than motivation. The good news is we can set our nervous system up for success. By gently stimulating the vagus nerve, we send a signal to the body that it's safe to relax, reset, and step into the day with clarity instead of chaos. This morning, we're going to do things a little differently. We're easing into the day. We'll be using gentle breathing techniques, mindful body awareness, and some soft, intentional movement. We'll start slow and gradually wake the body up as we go, calmly preparing you for the day ahead. There's nowhere else you need to be, and nothing else you need to do. This is your time. Let's begin. Eyes open or closed, sitting down, or maybe we're still lying in bed. Whatever feels right today. Before we move into the breath and the body, let's take a moment to gently set an intention for the day. It doesn't need to be big or profound, just something that anchors you. Maybe your intention is, I move through today with calm and clarity. Or, I respond instead of react. If nothing comes to mind, maybe you can simply say, I've got this, because you have got this. Let your intention sit quietly in the background, like a steady hand on your shoulder as you move through the rest of this practice. Okay, good. We're going to start with a gentle breathing technique that helps regulate the nervous system and stimulate the vagus nerve. It's going to be simple. We're going to make the exhale a little longer than the inhale. This tells the body you're safe. Let's try it together. Inhaling through the nose for a count of 4 and exhaling gently through the nose or the mouth for a count of 6. Let's do a couple together, and then you can do a few in your own time. Keeping the body relaxed as we breathe in, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, breathing in, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, breathing in, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Doing a few more breaths like this in your own time, and dropping the count if the count doesn't feel helpful. Just making sure that the out breath is nice and slow. We're finding our own rhythm, letting the breath be easy. Each exhale is like a reset, a small signal to the body that it doesn't need to be on high alert. Not yet. Not now. We're not trying to force anything. We're just giving our system some space to settle. Okay, good. And now, whenever you're ready, we can allow our breathing to return to its natural rhythm. And notice how the body's breathing. Is it a slow breath or is it a rapid breath? Is it a deep breath or a shallow breath? Maybe we're breathing into the chest or perhaps into the stomach. Is the inhale longer than the exhale or is the exhale longer than the inhale? We're just noticing. Now, we're not so much watching the breath, we're experiencing the breath, we're feeling the breath. So, what does it feel like to breathe? Perhaps we can feel the cool air coming in through the nostrils as we breathe in, as the lungs, the chest, and the stomach expand. And then we might notice a short pause as the breath changes direction, as the body softens and relaxes, and the warm air leaves the nostrils, and the body sinks deeper into the chair or into the bed. We breathe in, and the body expands, and we breathe out as the body softens and relaxes and sinks deeper. Now, if you notice your mind drifting off into thought, thinking about the day, making plans, or running through your to-do lists, that's completely normal. This is the mind's way of trying to help us by anticipating and solving potential problems. But this type of thinking can end up creating stress. So when you catch yourself lost in thought, please don't be hard on yourself. Instead, I want you to gently and patiently guide your attention back to the breath and simply pick up where you left off. Back to that next inhale, back to that next exhale. And now we're going to gently scan through the body, slowly waking it up, part by part, using gentle awareness and little movements to ease our body calmly into the day. Let's bring our awareness all the way down to the feet. What sensations can we feel in the feet? Perhaps tingling, warmth, or just the weight of your heels resting. Maybe there's a gentle urge to wiggle your toes. What's the smallest, most relaxing movement you could make? Just enough to gently let the feet know the day's begun. Allowing your awareness to move into the ankles and lower legs. Maybe there's a tiny stretch or the softest rolling of the ankles. Gradually drifting our awareness into the knees and thighs. Noticing any sensations here. If it feels good here, maybe straightening the leg, slightly flexing the thigh muscles. attention now to the hips and pelvis, allowing this part of the body to feel heavy, grounded, supported. We're welcome to make any slow, gentle, tiny movements we like as we move through each of these body parts. Allowing our awareness to move into the belly and chest, noticing the gentle rise and fall of the belly, the chest expanding and softening. Noticing that we don't need to do anything here. Body knows exactly what to do. If it feels good, maybe resting a hand on the chest, perhaps one on the belly. Moving into the shoulders now. Maybe there's space to drop the shoulders slightly, or maybe not. Just noticing. Moving our awareness into the arms, upper arms, elbows, wrists, hands. Perhaps letting the fingers stretch or gently wiggle or simply rest. Moving up through the neck, the jaw, the face. If it feels natural, maybe softening the corners of the eyes or even letting a small, gentle smile form on the face. And now, let's expand our awareness to include the whole body, from the top of the head to the tips of the fingers and toes. Noticing what it feels like to have a connected, calm, gently energized system. We're not forcing wakefulness. We're simply meeting the day with quiet presence. Now, before we wrap up today's meditation, let's use a technique called the 3-part energizing breath, which helps to gently build energy in the body without overwhelming the nervous system. This breathing shouldn't be intense, just enough to gently lift our energy and prepare us for the day ahead. We'll breathe into the belly, feeling it gently expand, then the ribs, widening softly, then into the chest, and then exhale slowly. Now, don't worry about getting it perfect, and if you're wondering whether or not you're doing it right, just take the pressure off yourself and simply take a deep breath in and a slow breath out. But if you'd like to join me in the 3-part breath, let's try it now. Inhaling into the belly, now into the ribs, now into the chest, and then exhale gently. Again, breathing into the belly, ribs, chest, and breathe out slowly. Breathing into the belly, ribs, the chest, and breathe out slowly. And allowing the breath to return to normal. And noticing how the body's breathing now. Not changing anything, just noticing. Noticing the body now. More awake, more present, but still grounded. If an intention came to you earlier, you might like to repeat it again now, softly, quietly. And if not, maybe just a gentle phrase like, "I'm ready for the day." Congratulate yourself for taking the time to start the day in a different way. Instead of jumping into your to-do list, instead of letting your thoughts run the show, instead you paused, you breathed, you gave your body the message it rarely gets first thing in the morning. You told your body it was safe. You told your body that it's okay to start slowly. And as this meditation comes to an end, let's bring our awareness to sounds. Sounds inside the room, sounds outside the room. We can gently wiggle our fingers and toes, having a little stretch if we need to. And whenever we're ready, gently opening the eyes if they were closed. Let's take one last deep breath in and a slow breath out. And now you can take this calm, steady energy with you as you move through the rest of your day.
Begin by laying down in a comfortable position.
Alright, the meditation has ended. I have to say that it was very relaxing. Well, sleep a little bit. Yeah, I am in my chair. I didn't move on my chair. We don't have extras out here. Let's see. Nasdaq continues. It hasn't taken this low. It looks like. Look at the whites here, man. Absolutely nothing here, man. It's nothing here. It's in the same way as what happened here when it was going high, low whites. Same goes when going lower. I don't know if this day is going to end like that. It is very narrow range. That I can say. POC remains inside previous day. Value remains inside value. POC is widening. The really short term here, it looks like, at least now maybe this market is going to wait for what happens with earnings next week. That start. We have seen that I think Netflix starts, and then it starts on Wednesday, and we have Tesla on Thursday. Netflix being kind of like neutral, and Tesla being not that good. The composite volume, the exchange the composite volume of NYSE is clearly lower now. It's clearly low. It seems like the ES is going to follow the same path. Oh, look at this, huh? It was kind of like similar, and then him lower and deeper, and it's getting lower and lower and lower. As this period is starting to develop, I don't know if this could be. I have something here I don't know if it's going to be for today, maybe for next week, right? We have talked about the spike, right? The spike we have last Friday. How value is building above spike. And this little piece of information here can be relevant. I wonder if this market can take this high out. If there is any upside here, if these distributions are not close, there could be some liquidation that may follow. But if this happens closer to the end of the day, the odds that happening decreases. Right. Notice how this high is now. Right. There has no excess here in this part. Up here, one tick higher, and this one is one tick lower. So there's nothing here, man. And the market is right at the center, basically at the center of the profile, basically at that saddle, which is where it closed yesterday. So not much here. Not much here to be seen or to report. This area is I think this is relevant, man. Saddle today, saddle or the value of saddle is right there, the 66. All right, I'm gonna take another break here. Um, and this is trading. It can be very boring, right? It can be very boring sometimes, or most of the time. And one of the behaviors that we traders have to learn is that not to trade out of boredom. I'm going to go long or short just because I am bored, right? So that means that I don't have a plan. I have not built any kind of process for my trading. If I find myself constantly doing that. Okay, I going to keep. I am going to still be. I will not close the day, but I'm going to leave the. And finding a balance as well between family time, between time that you dedicate to yourself and the business of trading is important. This can be a very lonely business. We got to look for some sort of connection as well with people, right? Real people. Can be via audio as well, but we can build connections with real people. That's good. That's important actually. That's very important for this business. Okay, I'm going to leave this now. Okay. I am starting to think here. As the day progress, we have 4 more periods to go. Volume now has decreased, right? What are the odds that at the close okay, what are the odds that at the close volume is going to be higher or somewhere inside between this period and the last one is going to be a change? I don't see that. Never say never. I don't see the odds that are lower. Okay, especially having the circumstances, right? You got the earnings next week. What else do we have? We got the shutdown. Which means that we were supposed to have CPI next week, next Friday. But because of the shutdown, those numbers are not being reported, man, and that's okay. I got this. Oh. My screens were too bright, man. I don't want to have that. Oh, what I was saying is we have this narrow range on Monday. 4 periods before the close, we have about the same range, same narrow range here. Never say never, right? This is a very narrow range for a VIX that is kind of like elevated now. It's about 20 now. Anything can happen here really fast, man. Okay. If whatever happens is extreme, I will just wonder how good the odds that whatever decline or advance we may have can hold through the closing, because of the fact that because of the things that I have just talked or have just said. Very small opportunities. I guess I saw something here, down here. We have excess. The high is not good. Correcting this one can take the market maybe around this area here, right? And put this level here, the 67.17, something like that, in play. The 66.66 is holding as support. The upper side This high is relevant as well. That is the 67. Oh, look at that, 67.66. That's 100 points from here to here, to this one, which is acting as support. My bad, resistance up here. And markets in range means just one thing, right? The market is looking for more information. There is nothing here that can tell us that something is going to happen. And that's part of the business. Something can happen out of nowhere, really. As it did happen on Friday, last Friday. There was a small buying opportunity here when this market was buying. I mean, if I look for a trade, right? This is what I call looking for a trade, which involves high risk. But what I saw here is market drying here. I have 7 here now, right? I have 7 here. This is when prices got too low for the market to keep going lower. The market retraces and makes another attempt. But the retracement it had, right, was from 7. That was an opportunity. Now the next thing is the retracement it had has taken this period high, and we have rotation now. The option is to the upside now, actually. There is some volume coming. You can see all these red things. There are some heavy volume that keeps pouring in this area here, right? In what I have highlighted here. And these are just observations. These are just pieces of information that the market is delivering. I am taking notes of that. Are those going to be useful? I have no idea. I'm going to use it today, tomorrow, next week, next month. Who knows? I don't know. I might never use it. What's happening with Nasdaq here? Same thing. Now I think Nasdaq here, of course, tech is reporting, right? What Nasdaq is has big tech heavy weighted on its value. Anything happening to tech here really can take this market lower. This is really questionable lows that we have here. Notice that there's no excess here, the lower side. Today has no excess, and today relative to yesterday, relative to Wednesday, also this is weak and poor lows. This high here, I can see weakness here. And notice, look at that. Notice where these highs are. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 highs. I don't see me. Yeah, come on, man. This area is really important here. And what the market does relative to the 25,000, that can be something here. That gives an idea. Oh boy. But this can take time. It might not happen right away. This high now is 5 wide. The whole area. Again, I don't trade Nasdaq. Just when I see something really clear with that can give me something that can represent an asymmetric opportunity is when I use Nasdaq. Asymmetric opportunity means that the risk that you take, the risk I take, is relatively low, and the potential reward is very high. So if I risk 1, the potential can be 5, 8, or 10. That's an asymmetric opportunity. It has been a nothing day so far. Standing here, I had 2 trades that I placed these trades early in the morning. I consider that I have went through the reset, through the let it go part of the process, and now I'm just observing. There's nothing here, no, nothing. Hey, RKFFHK. That's quite a nickname. My bet is that it will backtest the overnight low. The overnight low. Oh, yes. I mean, you mean yesterday's, right? You mean this one? Yeah. Yeah, I was watching also. I wasn't watching the overnight low, but I was watching this low. This one in particular, this one here. Yesterday's low. And why I was watching this is because this market here is a very questionable low down here from yesterday. The overnight trading through that does not repair the low, but there is something that, in my opinion, kind of like decreases the odds of the market coming down to check this one here. And what's the volume of the overnight? The overnight had 500, almost 600,000 volume, which is very high for this market. Usually this kind of volume happens after breaks like this, for example, right? When you have downside continuation, or when there is some rebalancing. Case in point, let me call here. These are my charts that have overnight. Notice, for example, here, this overnight, when the market was making all-time highs, 180. Next one, 180 again. Before, 180,000. I'm talking thousands. 200,000 here, 170 here. And what happened after this big break we have on Friday? Just the run-off period from 4 to 5 had 140,000. Add this to the weekend opening, 400,000. That is how much? 570,000. Right? 570,000 here. This one and this one, 570,000. Next day, 545,000. Next day it start to decrease, 260, 250. What we have now here is 570,000, same amount as this one. I mean, wow, the coincidence is remarkable here. It doesn't mean anything really, right? That is the coincidence. This amount of volume, I think, is a nuance for this market to take this low. That is what I was thinking when the market opened. And now, you know, as we speak at 155, that gives more. That really highlight the opportunity that we have here with the market, giving us a really just enough excess in the downside, right? 2 ticks excess here. So it's technically good excess. Oh, come on, man. I was checking the market can take this low, this 7 point down out here. And that's why I thought that that I didn't give too much odds to the downside here. The amount of volume that this overnight had. Add to that the inventory was short, really short, right? Short, and then it was rebalanced afterwards. So market just, you can call this, but it's significant volume actually, right? Coming down and going higher. And what kills has, you know, the pain that I had before when I tried to upfront the market. Okay, I know what the market is going to do, right? I know this market is going to close this distribution. I know the market is going to repel this low. I am going to be short here before that happens. Or I'm going to be long before that happens. So notice POC. POC is as wide as it can be. Every single period has traded around this mark. The market is in balance now. It doesn't mean it's going to close like that. It doesn't mean either that we're going to have a significant upside or downside from here. The same thing that we have down here, I mean the same action, right? Really barely enough excess here in this auction. It's the same thing that we have had here. Now we know, right? Now we know what the market is going to do. It happens twice, it happened twice. Next time I am going to buy it before it does. That could be in the minds of traders now. That can be what traders are thinking now. You know, there's something here, something else here. I used to, my ego, right? My ego was telling me, okay, I should have been long here. I was watching this, and you miss it, fool, right? That kind of thinking, but the plan, what's the plan? I have this one, 64, 66, right here, 66, right center is right at the center, of the range. I have not signed for this. I don't act in that, like that. I might see some significant upside, so what, right? This is not how I do things. What I'm trying to do is stick to the process. The outcome will come sooner or later. I am going to try to perform as good, as best as I can every single time. Which means, and this is something that many people don't like, which means that I am going to take multiple losses relative to wins. Right? I may take 8, 9, 10 losses before I have a win. But if I stick to my process, I expect those wins overcome the losses. Those few wins overcome the losses. And that's part of my trading as well. My strategy, my plan has the player approach. It has not scalping. Scalping is a house approach. If I am going to refer or compare trading to to betting or to casinos, right? In the casino, you have the house and you have the player. You can go in there and just put your money to whatever game you're playing. If you don't think about that, if you don't plan anything about that, it's just a bet, right? You're just gambling there. That's what the market wants you to do. Not to have a plan. You got small win and then your confidence goes through the roof and start betting higher. Putting more money at risk. That's the worst thing that can happen. The only player or participant that takes all the plays is the house. And that's why I call scalping house approach, because when you scalp, you take a bunch of trades, right? A bunch of trades. The thing about the scalping is, the thing about the housing approach is the equivalent of picking pennies in front of the steamroller. You gain a lot of times. You have a lot of wins, small wins, but that's the opposite of the player approach, right? You may have a loss that is going to take everything away, everything and more. There's one question that Stephen Goldstein asked in his book, The Mental Game of Trading. It's a very easy question. I think it's easy to answer, but that will give you an idea what kind of trader you are and the approach that you are taking. And you can compare your answer. You can take your answer and find out how are you trading. If you are trading in the way how you are thinking, and and the question is, or at least, which one of the following statements resonates better with you? And the first one is, you never go broke taking a loss. And the other one is, you never go broke taking a win. Simple questions. If you answer, you never go broke taking a loss, your approach to trade is the player approach. But if you're scalping, for example, you're taking a bunch of trades, your approach to trade actually what you're doing is the house approach, which is quite the opposite or quite different than what you think is the best thing, right? Is what you think is your strength. And this happens to everyone, retail, pros, hedge funds, everyone. If your answer was you never go broke taking a win, you have the house approach. If I never go broke taking a loss, that is the player approach. Now, as prices go higher, volume decreases, I can't avoid but to notice something very simple here, right? And this is just for the current session, regardless of where the market is relative to the last 5 days, right? Price is above value. This is an inside day. It's not higher, it's not lower. Check out what happened here and what happened here. I know that I'm not going to wait the market come close to this now. Let's do it now. Let's take this high or let's close. I think the most important thing is closing this distribution and maybe getting rid of this week and this week highs here. This is extremely, any kind of short is very risky here in Nasdaq. And by the way, how the other markets are doing. To the downside. Oh, look at the Dow, man. This can go higher. Look at what the Dow has yesterday. It has the same thing that. Oh boy, this is no good. This can go higher actually. Inside day. No, but the thing is, it is one thing having this kind of charts, this kind of highs, this kind of inventory, starting a week, right? Monday, for example, is a different thing at the end of the week. volume remains in the lower side. Now I want to check. I'm very tired here. I got tired too. Even though I did my break, I have take my breaks. I wonder if this market is going to close. I think what can happen next week. I'm looking forward now towards next week. What can happen next week will depend on how this day closes. If we have a distribution today and that closes, you know, the current actions to the upside, and this action closing yesterday's distribution, right, puts everything back in balance again, right? I have highlighted those lower reference down there because as I see the market going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, there is a pullback basically to zero, and everything is starting from here now. Now the reaction to these kind of actions doesn't have to happen the same day. Right. As a matter of fact, I was almost never happen the same day, right? But this could be something relevant for. Oh, look at that! It's not just seller. This is also POC. Yesterday's POC. Look at that. Right? Very close to close this distribution. Closing this one will target this upside here. And that brings me back to my daily charts. What I'm going to duplicate this, I'm going to put it up here. What do I have here? No, it's not duplicated. Because the next thing traders do is once you have some sort of development, the traders will start looking at this. Potentially 67.34. Where is 34? Right here. Right at yesterday's opening. Which will repair the week. I mean, we check back all that we have yesterday. Remember where it started yesterday? We have the same thing. Where it is starting. Where this one is starting today, and where everything started yesterday. Where everything started. Half back here, half back here. You know, zero. No was half back, but zero. Okay, so what is happening here? And this is a very intuitive business. I don't have a long, you know. I think if I have not taken a long downhill, why would take a long up here, right? I missed this chance. I missed this one as well. The recheck of this low here. I think that was important. This one here. When the market just didn't have anything here, and also, you know, it took back almost the whole range here. I completely forgot about Nasdaq. I forgot about that 25,000. Guy, I was looking actually in this market. I was looking to the 25,000 when it opened. When we had this thing here. When we have this upside. Guess I missed it. When we had this one here. Not see what it is now. The same thing that we have in a bigger time frame 1, 2, 3 daily lows. The intraday, meaning today, has the same thing, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 in the upper side. That has been taken care of as we speak. I think that what can happen here now, it is going to be more related to what can happen next week rather than for what is left of today's session. In hindsight, I can say what I was saying, or confirm what I was saying, right? That I missed the trade, I missed a couple trades here. This one in real time, this one I missed in real time. I was thinking that we have excess, we may have excess here, and the pullback that had here that did not take care of this 7 down here. That was an entry. When the market don't get this, I can use this low as a stop, but you know, kind of risky also because it was at the center. This is no man land, but I call no man land. Now, what can happen? Looking forward here, there's something here. Like this, the participants that are in this market today, Friday, end of the week, okay, it is very unlikely the same distribution of participants that are here now. It's very unlikely that it's going to be the same next week or when the next week starts. That is what can cause damage. That is something that can hurt us, right? Because we kind of like figure it out what is happening. Oh, okay, next time I am going to do this, or I am going to do this, or I am going to do that, or whatever. And because I know how the market, I now know how markets work, and it cannot be more far from reality. Really, that is what kills us. I don't know. Maybe I am speaking. Maybe this is too personal, but that is my personal experience. We still have no excess here. Believe that this could, you know, we now have a distribution here. We have a distribution. The shape of this profile may look like this one here, but the significance of one relative to the other one is completely different. This may look at the end, we may have some upside, maybe taking this high or this high, or closing this and closing, we may have excess, and the profile will look, or may look like the one may look like this, right? With lack of excess, no downside extension, okay, and I will say no, this is a long liquidation. It's a long liquidation, but that can be far from, you know, that's not the case. That's not going to be the case if, you know, again, just think about this, right? What about if this has some upside here? What you will have, what we will have? We will have this, right? No excess, no downside, no extension. Okay, this is long liquidation. What happened when we have long liquidation? The market strengths, right? But this is not a long liquidation. This is not, really is not. This is some rebalancing, probably the rebalancing that we have from Friday, from this day, this big break that we have here, is still, you know, odds are that we still have something of that happening today, especially because of the volume. And my main thing for next week is this area here, more specifically this one, but overall this area, right, having this potential support around the 6. This is easy to remember, 666 6 level, and the go no go level. The go no go level from the daily charts or the weekly, from the weekly. We had one here previously, now we have one here, and that one is 6600. This one holding can potentially target the opposite side of this range, right? And we have seen that we don't have excess there. I am still checking this range here, where I will pay special attention to the monthly, where it closes, right? Where it closes relative either to the previous month or to the month itself, right? If it closes lower, the odds that November can take the lower side and end this magnificent rally that we have had increases. The closer it opens to the lower the range increases. Right? The next thing to monitor would be this. But next thing after that, the trend line. Just right there. Okay. Still, we don't have excess on the upper side. Let's see if this distribution is closed. Right. Let's see if this market can reach this high. This would be the 35. Where is 35? What I'm following is this is my daily chart, right? This is my daily, this is my weekly, and this is my monthly. What is this 35? Right here. Around this area here. Around yesterday's opening. The trend line, the main trend line is around 67. This one, but this is the weekly time frame, right? The market has went back and forth through this around the 60, basically the 60. How much is that? Let me check. 84, around the 84. What is 84? Let's know what value the high is right now. I'm basically looking forward here towards next week. Now, K making a stand. Notice where this K low is now, for example. We have the 6700, which also is held back. So the odds that this is going to hold are not that good. And if something comes out of this towards the upper side, I know, right? It is just too obvious. It's too obvious who is here doing what. I have been constantly leaving the trading desk. I feel like tired now. I don't feel good now. Actually, I am cooking. I'm cooking dinner now. Okay. All right, how about that? I just came back to the trading desk. How long this team has been up? 5 hours. The whole day, man. It's the first time I'm doing this. I have just got lunch. Kind of like a dinner, lunch. With my daughters. I came back and see this high, this potential destination has been reached. Alright. Now I got to see the. Let me see if I can have. Overall, the market has not done anything. And just look at what the market is, right? Relative to this break, relative to the whole contract that started in September 12, 15, something like that. Let's see if no, there were no big ones coming. Basically short-term trading here. And this market is just in balance. The market is in balance here. This is no good here, man. This is very mechanical low here. No, all this advance that market has had of this distribution that is holding, that he's building now here. This I think, okay, this might be, I don't know, man. This might be key for next week. This is such a bad reference here. K-low is such a bad thing. It's not going to prompt me to short this market. If any, I came to the market when the market was down here. If any, once the market takes this distribution out, that's a good area to take profits in the longs, and maybe getting short here. And if the market comes back and reaches this opposite side again, that's an out. Right? But it's kind of like a little bit far nowadays. It's like how many points now? Like 6-7 points. 600-700 is this thing is too much. Notice where this market has been settling the whole week. Settle here, Tuesday here, Wednesday, Thursday, and probably around the 6,700 or maybe around this area today, but who knows. But it's basically unchanged throughout the week. Nasdaq has excess in the upper side. Not that good though. But I mean for this market, Nasdaq, I can see like 6 wire high here. Repairing this kind of excess on Nasdaq, the lack of excess that had what day is this? Wednesday. This market, okay, we need to do something like it did here, for example, right? maybe come back all the way up to here, or attempting to close this distribution and failing, which is significant distance from this. Let's see how much. 125 to 200. 100 points for Nasdaq at these levels of VIX. That would be better. I would have better confidence on that kind of excess up here. I don't consider this high being repaired. Inventory from yesterday was short. There's a rebalancing that's going on today. Do you remember when we talk about the volume we have here, 570,000 down here? Something else, I guess we didn't talk about this. Yes, I did not this. I forgot to talk about this. The volume that we have yesterday was impressive. I have almost 2 million here. That's really high for a regular day in ES. 2 million, or almost 2 million is really high. Just check this out, right? Just this volume here. 2.1, 2.2 millions, almost 2 here. This volume, the total volume we have here is an unprecedented day, which is this one, this day here, really high volume. But notice what happened, right? What kind of reaction creates that amount of volume? All of this inventory here, right? Tremendous amount of inventory here, trying to take this market higher, and the volume we have here is 2.1 or 2.2 millions here. Yesterday, in this area, we have almost the same, 2 millions, right? 1.9. I am rounding it up to 2 million. This one here. And if I am going to, being kind of like obnoxious here, the market is auctioning to the downside here. Market is going lower here relative to the previous day. And what it's doing now? It's still going lower. It is true that yesterday the low has not been closed, but this high has not taken this high yet. As long as this high remains, this will still be a downside market, in the very short time frame, right? Because the daily is not even the daily, right? Because the daily time frame is this market is in balance. So what are the odds of a squeeze here, for example? Huh? This. So if I am expecting something really fast or extended upside or extended downside, the odds of something like that happening are not that good actually. Values moving higher. How long I had to wait to make that statement? The whole session, right? If this distribution is closed, value will move even higher. Trading is not about references, it's not about patterns. You can see here, for example, if I just look at the profiles, this would seem like it is a very questionable high here. But if I expand the profile, I would just check and say, actually, this is a really nice excess here. This market has very mechanical. All right. I hope you have a good day today. I have done 2 trades today early in the session. I have missed 2 opportunities here. I consider most of the observations that I have here are for next week. Keep an eye on tech next week. Right now, banks are being reporting there are some kind of like there were some wild movements in some regional banks with that were caught with bad investments. The overall seems to be okay. I'll keep an eye on tech, the Magnificent 7 or 8 or whatever. I'll keep an eye on this thing. When they report, the markets are kind of getting used to some things in which we have crude oil that is crude is kind of really low. This is not good. There's some rebalancing that's happening in gold. Look at this spectacular rally that has. It still has. Seems like it still has more to has to go. Has more to go. Maybe targeting 5,000. It is targeting 5,000. That would be the parabolic part. Bonds are going higher, which means rates are going lower. It's kind of like now it's looking like systematic buying from the 50 SMA, right? More related to trading here. I will keep an eye on all these things. And I do not have anything else. Alright guys, have a wonderful day. Stay safe. Hope we can see you next week. Now that I have been here pretty much all day, I will leave the stream up here until the session close. Look at this. Look at this high here. Look at this one that this market had here. Alright. Bye bye.